As all the teams are making their way to the launch pad, make sure you look left and right. Check that you're not crossing someone's path and that you have space to enter the launch pad before you go down. Once in the water, already try to move out and onto the sides and park your boat to leave space for the ones entering the water. Also, for all the teams, make sure that your pilot has enough water and enough sunscreen. He's going to be out there for a long time. Get your pilots everything they need to have the best race possible. It's going to be a long day. Give them some love, give them your support. You guys look amazing out there. Good luck. There will be 2 screens on either side of the paddocks, live streaming the endurance race. You can also go on your computers or on your phones and go to the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge website itself. You can find the streams and the videos from the last few days on there. All the content you need is on the Energy Boat Challenge website. Important information to all the pilots already in their boats. You can now start heading out and into the open sea. You are ready to go out and you can go to the start line and prepare your boats there. Start heading out if you can. If your boat is ready, head out of the port of Monaco into open sea to leave space for the teams. You're now free to go out into open sea. And it's at the start line for the gun. As soon as possible, please. The boats on the inside of the launch pad. Start heading out, please, as soon as possible. Get your waters, get your sunscreen, and start heading out of the launch pad and to the finish line as soon as possible. Let's go. It's go time. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. The starting gun of the race will go at 11 for the open sea class, 11:02 for the energy class, and 11:04 for the solar class. So get out there. You have less than 10 minutes until the starting gun. Get your boats into the water and out to open sea. You're free to head to the start line. Don't forget your pilots, water and sunscreen, a nice smile, and a great attitude, and you will win this endurance race. Good luck. Good luck. Everyone heading now up to the stands on the far end of the paddocks. You're able to witness the races live or down here with the paddocks with the teams. There will be 2 large screens on either side of the paddocks. Make sure you keep tabs on your pilots, on your friends, on your team. Uni boat is ready. They look composed, they have their screens. The endurance hit race has now officially just started. Good luck, teams. On your screen now, the Greek team, which finished first in yesterday's qualifying laps. Oceanos from the National Technical University of Athens is out here giving it their best shot. As they go around the corner, they go around the bend and they head to try to finish this 1 nautical mile race. Here comes the University of Bologna. Look at that amazing design of a boat. They look fantastic with Monaco in the backdrop. The team heads around the corner. There is clearly visible the University of Messina boat with their amazing pilot. Oceanos is back on the screen now with the hand solar boat and their amazing orange helmet right behind them. You can clearly tell here that there are two different classes at this year's There are three different classes at this year's Energy Boat Challenge. The two ones that we saw on the screen earlier were the Energy class and the Solar class. The Energy class is easily visible with their two white catamaran holes on either side of the engine. You can see the comparison here now. The Solar boats very close to the water. Try to attain the best speed possible. Here is the Dutch team, which was here for many editions now. They know their way around this competition, and they work hard to improve year after year. Three Energy class boats on the screen, and now two Solar boats. Here is the Croatian team, the Adria Solar boat, going around the bend. Now you can see very beautiful scene here as the India team, Team C Shakti, leads the way. Belgium's University of Antwerp Solar boat is there now with their wooden cockpit. Driver looks comfortable, ready to take on any challenge that may come to their way. India's Team C Shakti has not competed for the first time. This is a recurrent team here at this competition. They're always ready to give it their best shot. They're an amazing team full of great people. From the Kama, I want to pronounce this correctly, Kumaraguru College of Technology. Team India is here to give the country its pride. Good luck. It is closely followed by Uni Genova and their super beautiful gray and red cockpit. Right behind them, another Italian team, the Messina, the first team from the south of Italy to compete in this competition. There they are, representing Messina and all of Sardinia. They're giving it their best shot. Pilot is on the radio with his team communicating. Team C Shakti is based on endurance, as they have a hydrogen and battery combo that is used to try to get them to last longer and excel in these types of endurance races. Here is Poland and their AGH Solar boat. It is also not their first time here in the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. You can see each boat has a different design, has a different width and length to their boats. They all work in the best way possible to optimize time, speed, agility, and I'll come up with the solutions in different ways. Close to the fans are those two white U's. You can recognize them, and you know that the fans on top of the arena get a good look at their team as they head around the bend. The Zoneboat team is once again back this year. The driver looks focused as she goes around the bend and takes that boat fastly through the side. Speaking of fast, this is the Sunflare Solar team here. They're an amazing team. They've already won this competition before and finished second place in the championship race last year. They are absolutely amazing. They go incredibly fast. They're a team that knows what they're doing, and they come every year to set the benchmark of what a team should try to achieve. The driver is extremely experienced, an amazing pilot with a lot of knowledge. I even know from personal experience that he takes time to go around to his neighboring teams, give advice, give a hand of help. This event is all about camaraderie, about teamwork, and about making your boat the best possible. Back to the Croatians, as the Adria have two boats, one in the energy class and one in the solar class. This is a very sleek design, even cooler than the one I saw last year from the Croatian team. The white hull is expertly made to take on any wave, any current, and any turns. You can see each team has different positioning of propellers, of the gearbox. You can see it's on the right hand here for this team, on the outside of the cockpit. Here's the Han Solar boat again. This team has used 3D printing, lightweight structures, and custom-made electronics through their boat to get it as efficient as possible. Here are the Americans. With the very first time here at the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge, the University of Louisiana is here with their first solar, as they have appropriately named their vessel. The teams here take their time to check their boat, check that it works well the way they want it to work. They have 4 hours to complete the lap in the best way possible. Here is mid-race technical inspections from the pilot. They're extremely experienced, and they have to know their boat extremely well to be able to take on any challenge as it comes. Here is the Sunflare Solar team again, one of the most feared competitors at the Energy Boat Challenge. Every year they come back and they do amazing work. They have an incredible pilot and a very well-built boat that goes extremely fast. You can see they're floating above the water with this amazing technology that reduces drag and makes them go at extreme high speeds. The pilot is extremely well known, and he really is the leader of this team. Knows his boat inside and out, the speeds it can go to, the turns it can do, and has showed it off regularly at this event and at past events. They finished fastest in yesterday's speed record by a whole 30 seconds faster than the next team The podium yesterday was composed of 3 Dutch teams as they show their prowess in this competition. They have amazing solar boats and they know how to do this competition. Here is the University of Twente, also a very, very good team, is a regular competitor at this event. They have an electrical control system that helps them optimize performance on the fly. Back to Oceanos. As a Greek team, is proud to represent its nation here at the Energy Boat Challenge. There's a beautiful picture here of all the teams, solar and energy class combined, all making their way around this 1 nautical mile track. Sorry, 3 nautical mile track. Han Solar boat is back. I was going to say with its noticeable orange and blue helmet, we have an even more noticeable orange helmet on its left. Here is the Belgian team. Once again, with a large cockpit. The name of this boat is the Torpedo Mach 2, and it has a brand new steering system right behind that brown panel, which allows the pilot to steer even better than they could last year. The anecdote is that they can even drive it with their pinky. The boat, made entirely of natural fiber, can hydrofoil if needed. They have one very small budget, one of the lower ones on the solar side, as this boat you see on the screen now was entirely made with 4,000 euros. They are proud to work on the methods and to improve the methods first, as they don't have the budget to move the materials. This makes them a good competitor that knows their boat inside and out as well, as they have to be able to beat the competition through different ways. Croatian team back on the screen now with a very slim boat. The team from Rijeka in the south of Croatia, if I'm not mistaken, is also a regular competitor at the Energy Boat Challenge. Uniboat on the screen now. The amazing Italian team that had an incredible performance at last year's championship race. They're also a very well-known opponent here. Everyone knows this Bologna team and what they're capable of doing. The Adria Energy class boat on our screen now. You can really see the 2 catamaran hulls and a black bar. That is the minimum requirement that the Energy class boats need to have. Everything else is built by the team and put on top of these black bars attached to the catamaran hulls. This is where a lot of the innovation comes in. The teams with a certain budget must be able to construct a working vehicle in any way, shape, or form using hydrogen, such as the 7 teams here using hydrogen, or using electrical systems. The drivers often will have a GoPro or a camera attached at some point in the boat so that the team back inside the paddocks area is able to watch as the pilot takes its maneuvers and be ready to act if anything goes wrong. Back on the closer side of the circuit and in front of the stadium is now passing the Messina boat. the Sardinia representatives. We're hoping that they have plenty of water and sunscreen on board to be able to cope with this very hot day here in Monaco. This on the screen now is the open sea class. You can see the boat is an entirely bigger concept. These boats either are already on the market or about to enter it and are properly designed, have a lot more budget and a big company behind them. They also compete in the endurance race. And many of their boats can be discovered right here from the paddocks, from the E-dock. It's a beautiful backdrop for the racers, for the pilots, and for us. Here is the Turkish team. The San Francisco team coming around the corner. You can tell here the incredible ability of this boat to keep its speed as it comes around the corner. It's all about the prowess of how it was built. It's a technology of hydrofoiling. The boat floats neatly above the water as its foils a meter into the sea, pick it up as it moves at high speeds. The boats have the option to use or not use this technology depending on what they're attempting to do with their vessel. The pilots always are able to communicate with the team back in the paddocks, and they often have live stats on board to be able to tell themselves how the boat is performing. Solar Boat Twente yesterday finished third in the qualifying lap, which means tomorrow they will be starting from the front of the grid as we head into the championship race. Tomorrow is a busy day. We have a lot of races, but the one you must come watch is the championship race. That is right here in front of your eyes, in front of the paddocks. You can see as the boats compete 1 versus 1 to complete a circuit in the fastest way possible and advance to the next round. Peak entertainment. The University of Science and Technology from Poland is on your screen now. They have custom-made solar panels able to go up to 1,450 watts. Oceanos, back on the screen. The Greeks have a lot of screen time today. Oceanos is known around these events as they have competed already as of 2016 even, already in a hydro contest in Geneva. They've been at the Energy Boat Challenge for a while. Here is one we haven't seen in a bit, Uni Genova. Back on the screen, they have a very cool cockpit with a Sunflare Solar team passing them quickly on the right. You can see how much space there is between the boat and the water underneath. Prowess to how fast they're able to go. There you can see it. An amazing technology. The sticks, I will call them, that you can see on either side of the front test the water in front of it to be able to move the hydrofoil accordingly. There is a big wave from the pilot. They're really one of the most efficient displacement boats due to its whole shape, which you can see is quite different from its competitors. Another open sea class boat over here, one that you can find on the market. And if you stick around, you can even try the boat yourself as they are docked when they're not racing right here in front of the paddocks. In the Italian teams, they have two boats of different shapes that you can test for different purposes. There it is on your screen now. Is La Bruna with the Futura boat. Now, back to the Italians. Oh, well done. That's good. We have a slalom race tomorrow. This is, I guess, the first testing phase of it as they go and try not to hit each other. These students have put an immense amount of work. Many of them do it for 0 credit. All of the teams are here out of pure will and love for engineering, pure interest. They put a lot of time and work and care. The real word is care into these boats. They want them to survive the race, not run into each other. During the morning, all the teams came out onto the launch pad. There was a bit of traffic, but everyone is always making sure that they can leave enough space to maneuver their boats, their equipment, with care. Back with the Belgian team on your screen now. And back to the open sea class. You can see the two different sizes of boats that can compete in the open sea class. They're on the market and they offer different things. They have very small leisure boats as well as the larger type, as you can see on your screen now. The solar class is on your screen now. As we see the University of Twente and its experienced pilot. There's a big wave. First time on the screen for today, this is the French team Nereid. The Han solar boat has just gone around the corner and got a bit of cheer from the crowd. Here we see the two different classes side by side. You can tell they're built in very different ways and look for different results. We have Messina on the left. We're now back to this comparison. You can see how high the energy class boats are as compared to the solar class. The solar class really works on getting the biggest speed out of these low boats, work on hydrofoiling and advancing that industry. Here's this pilot looking focused. For you technical masters out there, you can always go up and speak with the teams in the paddocks. We'll be happy to let you know. We see here on the screen now the different teams, their nations, the distance they've done. So there's a number of laps around the course. So the course, reminder, is 3 nautical miles long. And you can see the speed they've hit at this current moment. You will see higher speeds from the solar teams. And keep an eye on the pink team closer to the bottom. The Sunflare solar team had the fastest time, as they had even hit up to 16 nautical miles. Here on the screen now is the amazing Dutch team, the TU Delft Hydromotion team. They have an amazing boat. They've shown, and it's their goal, that it's possible to design, build, and race with a flying hydrogen-powered boat in under 1 year. This team has put a lot of work into making this amazing vessel work this fast. You can see how fast it's going, especially compared to the other classes. These guys are in a class of their own. They're racing in the open sea class, so they're up against some of the big industry boats. For 15 years, the TU Delft solar boat team has pushed the limits in developing these solar-powered boats. In 2020, the team took the foundation in a new direction, as they decided to explore the possibilities of hydrogen. And the team made the world's first ever flying hydrogen boat. Now I believe we assimilate this team to the Netherlands. This Dutch team is not their first time here in this competition, and they are always one of the ones that pave the way for a hydrogen-powered future. They know all about it. They're one of 7 teams at this year's competition using hydrogen as their main power source. This amazing Monaco backdrop. We see now the solar class back on your screen again with these low boats, picking up the solar rays from this very hot day out here in Monaco. On your team again, Team C Shakti, the Indian representatives. Some of the kindest people I have met, always ready to help their friends and their competitors around them. You can see the two classes competing here. I've said it a few times, but it's a matter of 2 different concepts. As the teams in the energy class, such as this Indian team, Team C Shakti, are given the 2 catamaran hulls, the 2 white ones, the 2 black beams, and construct everything and bring everything from their nations here to Monaco to build it from scratch. This Indian team had to build all of this. Everything you see right now on the screen was built here in place in Monaco over the last few days. On the screen now, Sunflare in the back, going full speed as we now know them. we have the Dubai Sailing Tigers, the amazing UAE team. It's their second participation, and they're improving their boat massively from what I was able to see last year. Last year they already had a very good prototype as they built a easily dismountable and very light frame that they had set all their motors and engines on. Here he is taking a selfie. Good man. The Sailing Tigers are proud to represent Dubai and their nation. They're from the Rochester Institute of Technology. They come from different backgrounds, from engineering to computing to marketing, but all come to the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge to manufacture the fastest, eco-friendly boat they can, often using recycled materials. They find the most efficient way of putting everything on board while keeping the structure as light as possible. These engines are strong, but with too heavy a vessel, won't go very fast. Dubai is very good at keeping their boat light and agile. Here is Portugal. Portugal has two different boats, one in each class. The solar class is the one you just saw on your screen now. We're back to Messina, the Sardinia team. It is their first ever participation at this Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. Yes, Sicily. The Sicilian team, their very first participation, and they're here to represent the south of Italy. They use recycled sails, which you can see on the front of their vessel there and on the sides. And they have a particularly made 3D printed support that fixes the cockpit to the hull. It also using pretty good technology as it uses a steering assistant, technology often used in sailboats, to help this pilot steer his way around the course. They're a very good group of people. You can check them out close to the launch pad. A lot of Italian teams this year. They're a very good group of people, are often here representing their nation very well, giving a lot of spirit to this competition. Bologna is represented. Genova is represented. Milan is represented. Messina and the Sicilian island is represented. They're up here giving the Dutch teams a hard time. Back on the screen now, two green teams. We have the French Nereid from UTT University in the front. The team from Troyes has its first ever participation here at the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. They were hard as well to promote an energetic transition and the transmission of sustainable knowledge. Here is a great comparison of two very good teams. We have the Technico Solar boat in the front on your left and the Sunflare Solar team, which we have spoken a lot about. They deserve a lot of praise, of course. Look at the way it glides above that water. It is unbelievable. Again, they finished in the qualifying laps in the speed record that we had yesterday, the speed record, 30 seconds faster than the next best team. They finished with a time, if I remember correctly, of 1 minute and 47 to complete 1 nautical mile. 1 minute and 47. The next best team was at 2 minutes 20, 2 minutes 22. They really create a huge gap in the competition. The two sticks you see in the front predict at which velocity, at which height the incoming wave is, to help the boat go up and down using its hydrofoils to be able to take it at high speeds. There it goes around the corner, leaving leaving a small wake behind them. They have, if I'm not mistaken, already completed the most laps around the track today, pushing the boat further every time. They have currently the fastest boat out in the entire challenge. For the entire solar class, this is the fastest boat in front of you. You can see how easily it glides above that water. The boat is entirely above the sea, with its hydrofoil at the back of the boat sustaining it upright. It glides, really does glide above the water. With that beautiful backdrop in the back. Hydrovancy is in the front. First time we see them today. It has a dark green design. And last year they came with a similar shape, but with a black design, and had an appropriately named Black Baguette boat. So here we see they didn't go for the black baguette. Maybe this is a dark green baguette. And the Belgian team from Antwerp right behind them. The Han Solar boat is in the front, followed by Team C Shakti, followed by the Hydrovancy and Oceanos from Greece. The teams and the pilots are able to communicate to optimize performance on the boat. You can see how Hydrovancy has come up with a pretty unique design for this boat, with a bit of a bigger hull, still very light, but able to take on these waves with ease. This is their fourth time Hydrovancy in Monaco. Here, another French team, Nereide, from the University of Troyes. They have a team of 9 students here in Monaco this year, divided into 4 sub-teams. They have the energy team, cockpit construction, security and electronics, and networks and telecommunication. So a team of 9 hardworking students giving it their all to make this boat the best it can be. It is surrounded by 2 different solar team boats with Han in the back. And the Belgian team up on screen now. It is passed seamlessly by Sunflare. I mean, we don't know what else to say. Sunflare, they're amazing. The focus is on the Belgian team here. They have a large cockpit where they have integrated a new system to be able to seamlessly drive their boats. They said themselves they can drive this boat with their pinky. That's how easy it is. There's Oceanos with a big round of cheers from its teammates up on the stadium side. And it's Sunflare Solar team. We can't get our eyes off them. Incredibly fast. The last statistic I got was that they had a top speed of 16 nautical miles already today. Yesterday, just to give you some context, they had the fastest boat in the speed record, which is one of the races here at the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge, and hit almost 40 kilometers an hour on the water. It's by far the fastest of the solar class and energy class boats combined. As we see this beautiful backdrop with Roquebrune Cap Martin in the back. And all the boats going at it. Messina back on the screen now with two Dutch teams following behind. As mentioned earlier, the Dutch teams finished in first, second, and third position in yesterday's races. The Dutch teams are really feared here at the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge, as they always come with amazing boats, amazing grace, and great performance. Portugal back on the screen now with the Técnico solar boat. As it comes flying around that corner on the closer side, here next to the stadiums. The boat you have on the screen now is 100% hydrogen powered. No battery. Every single part of the boat is made by the teams themselves. No pieces given by sponsors or anything like that. What's amazing about this boat, it has great maneuverability. As you kind of saw there, it's able to quickly move side to side. And it also goes quite fast. You see behind it the American team, and here the famous Sunflare Solar team giving a wave to the fans as it sits a solid 20 to 50 centimeters above the water at all times. Over the years, they've really improved the hull and all the electrical components. Started switching from the standard industrial components to lightweight, in-house designed components to improve efficiency and weight. In 2020, they added the famous hydrofoils that they're now able to master, and that they're very well known for here in Monaco. These hydrofoils allow them to fly efficiently, fly above the water really, and reach speeds of up to 50 kilometers per hour. Yesterday during the speed record, they hit 40 kilometers per hour. It's reported they can go even faster. The American team on your screen now, based in Louisiana. This team of students is representing the USA here for the first time at the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. Uni Genova on your screen now, one of the four amazing Italian teams with its supercar cockpit. Here we go on the screen again. You can see the names of the teams, their nations, the amount of laps they've completed, so the amount of times they've gone 3 nautical miles around the corner, and their speeds. I take this moment to also let you know that in about 7 minutes, inside the yacht club, you can go take part of the industry pitches, as the companies here in the events, often competing in the solar class, tell you all about their products and projects. So you're able to know more about how the industry is moving forward and how you can take part of it, involve yourself in it, even buy a little electric boat for yourself if you have time. The 4 pitches we will have today will be from Evoy, Hydro Impulse, Candela, and Exocet. The Montreal-based team, these Canadians, they competed in the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge last year. They're back and they're ready to tell you all about how they did, how to use their boats to the max capacity. The Croatian team back on your screen now with its very well-designed energy class boat. It could almost compete in the solar class itself, seeing its shape. Reminder to go inside the hospitality unit of the yacht club. Head inside and out of the sun for 30 minutes to listen to the industry pitches from some very fascinating companies, all working towards advancing sustainable projects, green energy transmission, and propulsion. There is the Dutch team, University of Twente, back on the screen now. A technical solar boat, which is, with its Batman-looking car, Batman-looking boat, takes that corner with ease. You can see it also uses hydrofoils to stay afloat. You just have to make sure that they take the corner at the right angle to stay maximizing their speed. Sunflare behind them. There it goes, flying around. With the use of its amazing hydrofoils, this always sits a few centimeters above the water. We're back with the Dubai Sailing Tigers. The UAE representatives. They have an extremely light frame. And they use recycled boat parts. Here we are with the open sea class once again, also making their way around today's endurance race. They're here also to race, but to test the limits of what their boat can do. Test the limits of how their engineers have made this boat. You can buy it yourself, as all the open sea class ships are either on the market or about to enter it. You can see these boats for yourself right here in front of the paddocks on the YCM e-dock. This electric dock was made in collaboration with Aqua Superpower, as the Yacht Club of Monaco and Aqua Superpower collaborated to create the world's first ever electric dock with charging ports, able to give electricity to up to 20 boats at a time. Here at the Monaco Yacht Club, we have 12 charging ports going at the same time, able to charge these beauties simultaneously. The TU Delft Hydromotion team is directly in front of them as they go for their way around the endurance race. The Dutch team is one of the front runners in hydrogen technology and paved the way for the adoption of hydrogen into these bigger boats. There's a hydrogen roundtable event here as the Monaco Yacht Club welcomes many professionals to talk about hydrogen advancements. Hydro Vinci, back on your screen now. The French team. Our three biggest nations here at the Energy Boat Challenge are the Italians, the Dutch, and the French. Always here in good volume, representing our neighbors here from Monaco.
Just a little announcement for the job forum. So Monaco Marine only has 5 minutes still at the job forum. They're here in the main hall if you would like to have a little look. Later on at noon, we have Evoy coming in, so they're free to talk to you as well. And it will be going on throughout the entire afternoon with different companies coming in. So please take some time, take 5 minutes to go and see them, talk to them. There are a lot of job opportunities for you. So have a look and talk to them. Thank you.
For everyone outside on the paddocks, we invite you to come inside the hospitality unit to attest to a few industry pitches. Some amazing teams, some amazing industry players are here, some great companies that are here to tell you about their products and their projects in this day's industry pitches. So come inside and take a look for yourself.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
For the ones on the live stream, we're here looking at the TU Delta Hydromotion team, the Dutch team, and the Han Solar Boat. One of the great Dutch competitors here at this year's Energy Boat Challenge. A regular team competing in this challenge. Here is the beautiful backdrop of Monaco, as you can see on the screen. We have the closer sign of the stadium and the new construction buildings adding to Monaco's landscape. Bologna is on your screen now as their amazing race car looking boat makes its way around the track.
Ils sont en train de faire les... Non,
C'est pas connecté à You were able to quickly see as the Portuguese team put their boat in the water. You saw the launch pad there on the live stream. A great example of where all the action is happening. The Portuguese team have the Técnico Solar boat competing in the solar class on the waters right now. And they have just put their energy class boat on the water to attempt their go at the energy class side of the endurance trial. We have now on the side the scoreboard. So you have the teams, the number of laps they completed, and their top speed. Here we see the University of Twente, always supported by its loyal fan base. Watching them go around this year's Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. They're passing by their neighbors, the Belgians. Oh, look at that. Look at that beautiful picture as the four solar class teams go side to side with the Sunflare absolutely speeding past them. No need to say more about the Sunflare team. Here we see the University of Belgium with its cockpit. And its experienced pilot. There is Team C, Shakti, on your screen now. And the Dubai Sailing Tigers, followed by the Dutch Han Solar Boat. Dubai Sailing Tigers are now getting experience at the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge, as they learned from last year's races and came back with a much improved boat, twice as light as it was last year. I'm happy to see that we have plenty of viewers here, around 200 watching as the different teams race in this year's Energy Boat Challenge. The comments are amazing. Keep supporting your team. We have the Indians, we have the Belgians, we have the Greeks, the Italians. We have everyone here giving amazing comments and leaving support to their teams. Keep it up. There we can see how the pilots are able to communicate seamlessly with their teams back in the yacht club paddocks. They'll have communication devices and video footage from their boats to be able to see at all times themselves as a pilot and to communicate with the team back on land about how the boat is doing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just a little welcome here from the job forum that is here at the Yacht Club de Monaco. And I'm here with Leif from Evoy. So, Leif, could you please tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm the founder and CEO of Evoy. So, been in the business for a while now, since 2018. And yeah, Evoy, we make electric propulsion for boats, basically.
Okay, great. And so, when did you start?
Yeah, I've been working with this for a long, long time. And I background as captain, sea captain, and naval architect, and also an MBA. So yeah, it was natural to jump into electric boating.
Okay, great. And where are you based?
We have our main office on the west coast.
across the live stream, you have now been able to see the 3 different classes competing this year. They have the big boats, which are the open sea class, the boats that you can find already on the market. Then the boats very low to the water, which you have just seen, are the ones all belong to the solar class, all taking energy from the sun and using all of it to power their amazing engines and their amazing boats. We then have the energy class, which is put on those 2 white catamaran hulls and those black beams. Everything you see apart from the black beams and the catamaran hulls is made 100% by the teams themselves. These solar boats often come built in some way, or at least the hull is built before it gets to the Monaco Yacht Club, and the teams work on the electronics and connecting the solar panels to the engine and such once in the Yacht Club. But it's the energy class boats which bring all of their material to Monaco and then build their boat on the spot. You have a nice big angle view of everyone there together, competing in all the different classes here in the sea, in the Mediterranean Sea, in front of the Principality of Monaco. It's interesting to see because the solar boats all have a similar structure, but each of them has a slightly different way of tweaking their boat to attain different results in all of the different races. Some of them put more work on the endurance side, some of them put more work on the maneuverability, some of them go for speed. Some of them, like the Sun Flare, are able to do all of it at once. For the teams competing in the energy class, it is also a matter of pick and choosing what they are best at, depending on the propeller they have, the technology they have, the weight of their boat, of their vessel, the skill of their pilot sometimes. You can see now the two different designs of the energy class boats. As we have the Croatian Adria and the Dubai Sailing Tigers with its expressive pilot waving its flag. The two different designs are placed on top of the catamaran hulls, so you can see how each team comes up with a different interpretation of how they should build their energy class boat. The fire extinguisher is there for safety. Big red button just in case, the helmet to make sure that the pilots are always safe at all times as they navigate through these dangerous, competitive waters. The German team is being requested on the live stream. They want to know where the German team is. They want to see them out very soon. I'm here with the pilot, and I want to know what is happening with the boat and when it will be ready to race.
So we have some problem with the connection to the motor, so we are trying to fix it now.
Good. The fans are ready to see you out there and excited to see you in this beautiful boat on the waters as soon as possible. Good luck. Red flag. We have a red flag on the course, unfortunately, from Team Nereid. Soneboat is now on your screen. Their appropriately named boat, the Cine Stream, is made with sustainable materials such as balsa wood, the lightest hardwood in the world, and flax and aramid for strength. The green boat is the one on the right. You have the live ranking on the screen there for a second. You can see the 3 nautical mile lap as a whole here and its positioning around the Monaco coast. There's the Belgian team on the screen now. The University of Antwerp, proud representative of Belgium at this year's Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. They're a good team that works very hard with a very small budget to create their Torpedo Mach 2, that's the name of their boat. Inside that brown box you see in the middle, they have a brand new steering system that helps them steer better. It's so good they can steer with their pinky. This natural fiber boat can go extremely fast. We have now the Oceanos, the Greek team from the National Technical University of Athens on your screen. With its experienced driver. Oceanos is a recurrent team here at the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge, as they often compete and compete well in the energy class. You can go check them out live from the stands directly in front of you next to the flags. All the teams can be seen going around the close side of the circuit, and you can have a chat with the teams and see what they are each doing to create these beautiful boats. Team C Shakti, the Indian representatives on the screen, and we see the red flagged team, Nereid, the French team from Troyes, have some technical issues to fix on their boat. The pilot, well versed in his vessel, is out there trying to figure it out, as the Yacht Club of Monaco towing team gets them out of trouble. You can see the exposed electrical systems there. Many of the teams have to figure out how to shield them from the water, build the boats around the fact that if they do capsize, the electrical systems have to be able to stay running and stay safe to not lose the entirety of the boat and drop out of the competition. They're only able to bring one boat here, so it must be able to last all the different races through all the different days. On your screen now, the unbelievable Sunflare Solar team going extremely quickly around that corner, gliding above the water as they do with their hydrofoils. You can see as it's easily maneuverable, takes that corner extremely quickly as its hydrofoils keep them 20 centimeters or even more above that waterbed. The moving sticks on the front of the vehicle keep them afloat and predict the size of the incoming wave to be able to raise the boat above the water and keep them going as fast as possible. We have the Croatian solar boat now on the screen, as the Adria team are able to compete in the solar class and in the energy class this year with two different boats. Then we have Messina, the Italian representatives, the first team from Sicily to make it to the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge with the recycled sails. As you can see, the gray part is all made from recycled sails. They're here to use green electricity and power, but they also try to build their boat with the most recyclable material possible. Two different classes on your screen now. We have the Turkish team in the front, competing in the solar class, and the Hydrovancy and Uniboat, the French and Italian energy class boats, are here to show the best face they can. Uniboat is one of the famous teams here at the Energy Boat Challenge, as they are always a very terrifying competitor to go up against. Today in the endurance race, they're out there doing as many laps as they can. Tomorrow, they will be competing in the slalom race and the final championship race, which you can watch directly from the front of the paddocks. The teams go 1v1 and compete as to see who can maneuver their boat the best. You know, some teams are so high on their boats, they're so far away from the water that really they stay dry. The splashes don't get to them. As you can see from Hydrovancy, they're nicely, comfortably above the water. But you can also go with a Turkish design, where you race and stay cool as you get a few splashes of water and save yourself from the scorching sun here in Monaco. You have the Sinestream boat on your screen now. One of the Dutch solar teams with the small wave there. A couple years ago, they finished third in the championship, showing the prowess of these teams from the Netherlands. They're slowly working on some major improvements as they worked on a new hull, sun deck, and hydrofoils. All important parts of the solar boat that need to be improved year after year to keep up with the competition. Security team there, taking good care of Nereid and helping them out of trouble. Uni Genova coming around the corner now. The Elettra team going through the start of the race. You can see this beautiful backdrop on this cloudless day here in the Mediterranean Sea, out in front of the Principality of Monaco. You can see as well how the Principality develops itself. You can see the construction, the great construction on your screen there, as a brand new section of Monaco is under construction, adding 5% of landmass. Just with one construction project, the entire Principality grows by quite an amount. Oceanos, the Greeks, on the screen now. There is the hand solar boat again with that very cool helmet, probably one of the cooler ones in the competition. This team was formed by Julian Rademacher, a very well-known name here in sailing. He won the Volvo Ocean Race a few years ago as a member of the technical team of ABN AMRO. The Netherlands are excellent sailors, are huge into this green side, into sustainability. And they're here once again with many teams in the competition to prove what they can do. The Sailing Tigers are on your screen now, representing Dubai and United Arab Emirates. They have a much improved boat from last year with a cool design for the solar panels and two very great looking propellers on the back to give them the speed needed and the maneuverability needed to succeed in the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. There are a lot of different races, from endurance, which is what you're seeing on the screen now, to slalom races, speed records, and a final championship race tomorrow afternoon, where the teams go 1 versus 1 here in the port of Monaco, right in front of your eyes, right between the buoys where the launch pad is, you can see the teams face off tournament style as they go 1-to-1 to see who is the best and fastest team across the entire competition and each class. We have three classes. The energy class, which you see on the screen now, the solar class passing quickly behind them. So you can see there are two different classes of boats. And we have the solar class, which are the bigger engines, boats that are already on the market or about to enter it. They all compete in their classes to see which is the best boat, best team, best engineering system for all these different types of races. Live action footage from the paddocks so you get an idea of what it looks like. This area is filled to the brim with the students. There they are, giving a big wave. That's right. Here we see two solar class boats going full speed, at least for the hand solar boats, the team I was just telling you about. This Dutch team, you can see, has small sticks in the front, same as this one. If you're not familiar with this one, this is the Sunflare Solar team, one of the big competitors and most challenging teams. They're absolutely amazing. They go at top speeds. This boat yesterday recorded the fastest time with 40 kilometers per hour, but they are set to be able to go even faster, up to 50 kilometers per hour on the water. The Sunflare Solar team has extreme agility, quick turns, and some crazy top speeds. You can see Hydro Vinci on your screen now in racing in the energy class. The energy class was created in 2018 with the goal of comparing different energy solutions. You can see now a full standing of the current teams. Now the first number is the number of laps completed, one lap being 3 nautical miles around a track, which you can see off in the jetty in front of you where the flags and the stadium seats are. The energy class is provided by the Monaco Yacht Club with these two big white catamaran hulls, which you can see on the sides of the boat, and the black beams, while the solar class is a hull built entirely by the team at their home universities, where they build this hull, usually and preferably from recycled materials. They come up with great solutions to use recycled materials and materials that are as light as possible to be able to seamlessly glide above these waters. The YCM provides these two white holes here you can see, which have a displacement of 250 kilograms. These energy class boats are also bound to a set of rules defining how the cockpits and propulsion systems should be built, and the teams then use those to create the best boat they can. For the solar class, it's really not just an engineering challenge, but it's also the manifesto to work towards the sustainable development of maritime transport. And these solar class are really a great example of the capabilities of these small boats using small electrical systems to take the boat to its max power. In the solar class, the teams work on the design of their boat and on their propulsion system. And during the races, they are not allowed to charge the batteries on shore. and solely rely on the solar panels you can see there to produce the energy needed for the entire race. Now we have a 4-hour race in a way today. They have 4 hours to complete as many laps in the most efficient way possible, in the fastest way possible, to be able to get as many points, which are tallied up throughout the different races, to get the best score possible and the best team possible. There you can see a wide angle picture of all the different classes, all the different boats making the way around these 3 nautical mile track. The Indians, Team C Shakti on the screen now, with their singular propeller. You can see now the teams. The standing was there for half a second. Would have loved to have it for more. To be able so you can see the amount of laps they've gone around this track and the top speeds they've hit. There it is. You can see, for example, Team C Shakti, the first one, has completed 13 laps. Oceanos, 15. Solarboat Twente, 14. The Sunflower Solar Team, 18 laps. Those are some of the big names. And we have the top speeds. So you can see the solar class manages to hit some impressive speeds with up to 17 knots. For example, for the solar class boats right now, the Sunflower Solar Team, you can see on the screen now, is hitting 17 knots. You can see the names of all the teams and the nations they represent. Europe is well represented, as well as the Americas, with Canada as an exhibitor, and the United States with the Louisiana team. Last year we had a South African team. This year we do not, but we do have the Asians, which are here with Team India, Team C Shakti, as well as the Middle Eastern representative, the Dubai Sailing Tigers. Overall, 31 universities from 25 different countries are here representing their nation in the world's biggest meeting of electric vessels. Nowhere else in the world can you find this. Unibot, with your screen on your screen now, the Bologna-based team, one of the most feared competitors here at the Energy Boat Challenge. They have a real-time endurance algorithm implanted into their boat to organize their energy and increase power to their boats by 7% more than they had last year. The Adria Energy Class boat is there now with a very sleek design. For everyone around the paddocks, we have a walkie-talkie here that was found on the launch pad. Dark blue walkie-talkie with green batteries and a charger attached to it. Contact Gianluca from Physis to get it back. We had a small picture there of the paddocks to get an idea. We have a lot of teams here. Look at them carrying their boat around. This is the spirit. You have the Neri team. That's right. There they are. A beautiful team coming back into the paddocks. Uni Genova on your screen now, going around their lap. You can see the yacht behind it. They're almost quite as big and as powerful, but using electric batteries. Here we have the Dubai Sailing Tigers passing around. Here we have the Uni boat passing around the University of Antwerp solar boat. There's a big difference between the way these two classes operate, between the two ways these boats are made. Uni boat, despite a bit of choppy waters, are able to come flying around this corner. Very good maneuverability from that boat. This is why they're one of the best teams here at this year's competition with their expertly built energy class boat. The teams here in the energy class design a high performance cockpit and propulsion system. Those are their two main tasks. They do it in the most sustainable way possible that optimize the life cycle of all the materials on board. Here in the solar class, as you can see with the Zone boat, one of the Dutch teams, they're allowed to add hydrofoils, work on their whole design to make the most efficient boat possible. Many of them use these technologies. You can see on the front of their boat, these two black sticks on the right and left of the front of their boat. Those are used to test the incoming water speeds and heights to keep the boat afloat and moving at the highest speed possible around these waters. The wind has kind of picked up here in Monaco as the sea gets a bit choppier than it was this morning. The teams do their best to navigate their way around. The pilots, they know how to get around these places, know how to get around these waters. They've tested the boat in calm waters, in troubled waters. They can do it all. We can see here off the coast of Monaco as the winds slowly start picking up. The calmness of this morning slowly goes away. You can see now on the screen the knots and the speed that these boats are able to maneuver at, the number of laps they've completed. The Sunflare Solar team has been incredibly fast, going up to 20 knots out there in the waters. They have completed 21 laps and are the team with the most experience, with the most endurance so far here at the Energy Boat Challenge. 21 laps completed for Sunflare, 18 for the Greek team Oceanos, one of the best teams in yesterday's qualifying laps. They're followed by Uniboat, also the best Italian team at this year's Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. They've completed 16 laps. They're followed by another Dutch team, the Han Solar Boat, one of the most efficient boats here as well. And another Dutch team, the HVA from Amsterdam and Solar Boat Twente. That means we have 4 Dutch teams in the top 6. They're absolutely incredible. They compete in the Solar Challenge, which means they have better efficiency than the Energy class, but it's still a huge prowess to see them compete at this ability. The Sunflare team in the middle of your screen now is one of the most performing boats, going incredibly high speeds, and look how it's able to maneuver around this choppy terrain. A lot of boats are struggling now that the wind has picked up to keep a pace. The Sunflare Solar team is going full speed. The Uni boat as well, it's very good work from them so far today because they're able to do more laps than the solar boats, which are known to be extremely efficient. There they go around that corner with incredible efficiency and agility. Uniboat and Oceanos are the 2 best energy class boats right now, followed by Unige, that's University Genova. So we have 2 Italian teams doing great in the energy class and 4 Dutch teams doing amazing in the solar class. Uni Genova on your screen now with its aerodynamic cockpit made with very light materials. They can seamlessly pass next to the solar boat. Team C Shakti on your screen now. The Indians participating once again this year in the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. Always ready for the challenge and always ready with a good boat. We have the Dubai Sailing Tigers going around the corner and Hydrovancy and Uniboat passing side by side there. As you can see, you get a good idea of how the waters are looking now. As all the flags I see around me fixed to land are now fully flying, as the wind really picked up this early afternoon. The teams go up and down and try to get through this complicated terrain, these complicated waters. Maybe a couple splashes though to cool the pilots, as he did there. Take that water splashing around and cool yourself. It's getting tough. It's getting tough for these teams. They have 4 hours in total to do as many laps as they can. The teams that complete the most laps get the most points. Now that energy starts running out, that the sea starts picking up in intensity, that's when you really see the ability of these boats and the ability of these teams to build a boat capable of taking on these challenges. The solar boats, which are also much lower to the sea, to the waterbed, have to struggle. They struggle a lot. They have to go up and down and take some water to the face. This is where the hydrofoils are most useful, as with enough speed they are able to lift the boats out of the water. Not all teams have it. Depends a lot on the design and on the skill of the team to be able to implement the right hydrofoil onto their boats to take on these waves. One by one, the teams slowly run out of energy and start heading back towards the paddocks. A few of them still have strength and go back out. I can see Team Messina, which you will see on your screen shortly, exiting the paddocks as they have fixed their issue and are back to give the endurance race a few more tries. I have University of Twente coming back in. Their amazing performance once again from them. Got a good amount of laps around there. The Sinistream from HVA Amsterdam is on your screen now, as they have used a lot of recyclable materials and lightweight structures to keep this boat going as fast as possible. Uni Boat Bologna is on your screen now, as they really go up and down these waves, going against the current, against the wind, to get as many laps as possible. The two teams on the screen now, actually, the one right in the background is Oceanos. Those are the two best energy class boats currently on the circuit that have completed the most amount of laps here in the endurance race. The struggle, it's bouncing. A lot of wind, a lot of choppiness. And even for these energy class boats, which have these two catamaran holes helping them sit high above the water, it's starting to splash now quite a bit. It's hard to keep a straight line and to keep the efficiency and the speed, but they're giving it their best shot. I would like to talk with Maverick, one of the pilots from the Milan team who did an excellent performance yesterday. Maverick, I would like you to know, what does it take to be a good pilot to get through these troubled waters?
Hi everyone. So what it takes is a lot of experience. So as we talk in the tech talks, you have to do a lot of tests, not only on the system, but also the driver has to get used to the boat. And the experience, I mean, is the main thing. And I'm a driver outside the Politecnico, and I do powerboat racing in the past 9 years. So for us, the main thing is having a lot of experience on the boat.
Super. Thank you very much, Maverick. This pilot you just heard from was here last year as well, leading one of the best Italian teams to the top of the championship race, finishing They finished third overall in last year's Energy Boat Challenge and second in the very exciting championship race, which you can watch here from the paddocks tomorrow. You can see on the screen now how much the water is going up and down. It's starting to get windy out, it's starting to get choppy, and a few teams are starting to bring their boats back into the harbor. Go check them out, go check the different designs. Every team has put a lot of creativity in trying to use recyclable materials and lightweight structures in the best way possible to get the teams to be as fast as they possibly can be. The Sinistream, which we saw from Hoge School, Amsterdam, HVA, is coming back into the harbor. The Técnico from Portugal has brought their energy boat back in. Hydrovancy is here next to the starting line. We have now again an image of the current standings. Since the last standings were put up, we have Team C, Shakti, the Indians, and the Italians, Unigenova, which has completed more laps than the solar boats, than the solar boat Twente. We now have a top three of the Sunflare in the solar class, the Uni Bologna boats in the energy class, and the Oceanos in the energy class. Followed by two Dutch teams, the Han solar boat and the Hoge School Amsterdam, bringing up the top five. Three Dutch teams, one Italian, one Greek. If we get an image of the paddocks and of the launch pad, we can see the action as back in the Yacht Club Marina, the teams slowly start heading back in to bring their boat in for technical inspections, check that everything has worked the way it can. We have now 6 teams, 7 teams, 8 teams, all coming back into the paddocks. You can see how it works here. We have the Technico solar boat on the left. Here's Team Sea Shakti giving a thumbs up as they decide whether they bring the boat back in or stick out and endure through this windy afternoon. The 2 Asian teams, Middle East represented by the Dubai Sailing Tigers, and India with Team Sea Shakti, with a lot of fans on the live stream and a lot of friends here in the paddocks.
Szerintem jó lesz.
We're back after a short break. As we see, the team's still out there. I left you with the winds picking up, and they're now most likely even more intense. We saw a few teams out there giving it their all. We have a lot of teams that return to the paddocks to prepare their boats for either a last session or to have them ready for tomorrow's two big events, the slalom race and the championship race, which you can watch right here from the paddocks. No need to go very far. We have Unibot Genova on the screen now. One of the big Italian teams here at this year's Monaco Energy Boat Challenge, going through the close side of the circuit as they achieve their laps. You can see both teams there on the screen, which are some of the best performers out there. Università di Bologna and their Uniboat is the other one. As they power through these waves, power through the wind, power through the adversity to get their points on this endurance race. A lot of the solar boats that were doing very well out there have struggled since the wind came up, as their boat is much lower to the surface of the water. Here we have the TU Delft Hydromotion team, the Netherlands-based team, not Norway, the Netherlands-based team is out here showing the prowess of hydrogen engineering as they hit their high speeds with their two pilots there. They have been out in the water since 11. A lot of the teams you see still out there in the water have been here for now, well, almost 3 hours. It's been a long road for them, long day, a lot of enduring through the storm. Here you can see back on the paddocks as the teams slowly start making their way back to take care of their boat and give him the energy and resources needed for tomorrow. You can see the underside there of the University of Antwerp boat as their boat entirely covered in solar panels has taken all the energy they needed. Han Solar Team also had a great performance out there today, as we see here a good image of the paddocks and the teams walking around taking care of their boats here to be ready for tomorrow's events. There's a lot of big stuff tomorrow. The slalom race, which will really test how maneuverable these boats really are. As I told you, many of them maybe work on the endurance of the boat. Many of them will work on the speed, but they have to be able to take the corners quickly and efficiently to be able to really be considered as one of the dominant teams and one of the dominant boats at this year's competition. Messina is back out there. We still have 3 Italian teams going at it in the energy class. Messina from Sicily with their first ever participation in this year's Energy Boats Challenge. The Uniboat, you can see there are 2 Italians back to back following each other through these troubled waters. It's getting worse as the afternoon goes on, as the wind has picked up. The intensity of the waves have really been increasing. Back at the paddocks, we are shielded from the wind and the waters are a bit calmer, but out into open sea, it is a different game. As you can see here, even the large boats have to struggle to go over these bigger and bigger waves. It's a tough game out there, but the teams are giving it their best. That is a well-shielded pilot there. As the Dubai Sailing Tigers start heading back into the harbor after a very enduring day. The Dubai Sailing Tigers, representing the United Arab Emirates, are here for the 2nd year in a row with their newly made frame, even lighter than the one they had last year, which I can tell you was extremely light. They're here representing their nation very well. You can see the team leader there in the pink deliberating with the pilots as they go over the last few moments of the endurance trial. The teams will have access to all the data, the top speeds, the knots, the endurance of the battery, how much it endured, how much power it was able to use. All that information will be crucial as the teams head into the last day of the competition tomorrow, right here in the port of Monaco. Oceanos is out there, also one of the most endurance teams. They're putting up a great fight. Everyone you see on the screen now is in the top 10 of the endurance trial, as they've been out there the longest and have been able to complete the most laps. The Sunflare Solar team, the Oceanos Energy Class team, the Unibot, and more are still out there trying to complete the last remaining laps. Supported by their teams, their friends out on the jetty, which you can't see on screen now, but there are plenty of fans out here watching as their teams go around this 3 nautical mile circuit, which they attempt to complete the most times. In a perfect world, we would have no wind, and these teams could easily glide through the sea, but it's become a struggle recently. Here we get an image back inside the paddock as Hydro Vinci, the French team, comes back to dock their energy class boat into the harbor. The special design is one of the more unique ones here at the Energy Boat Challenge. Last year they had a similar looking boat that they had appropriately named the Black Baguette. This year it's the dark green baguette. Behind it is the Dutch team, the Sonneboot, with its Sinestream vessel. And back into open water we go with Portugal. The Technico Solar boat, who took a while to get out of the paddocks this morning, is out there now giving it their best shot as they sail through these troubled waters and get a score on the board. Technico, the Portuguese team, has 2 boats. The one you see on the screen now is the energy class boat. They also have a solar boat that was out here this morning as well, going around the circuit at high speeds. They work on 2 different systems and advance the technological possibilities for both the energy class and the solar class. Here's the French pilot communicating with her team as one of her teammates enters the waters to cool down and bring the boat back into the harbor to end the day. Beautiful backdrop there as we see the Tête de Chien and the backside. That's the top of the mountain here in Monaco with a great view of the Mediterranean. From the Tête de Chien, that large mountain, you can see all of Monaco and Nice on the far side. The Adria Energy Class boat is still out there, still going around, really enduring through these waves. That's why it's called the endurance race. It's about perseverance. It's about going through no matter the conditions and giving it their best shot. Adria also is one of the teams that has a boat in the energy class, which you can see now, and a boat in the solar class, which was competing this morning. Both boats are expertly made. As they represent Croatia quite well. I would have loved to be able to say that all the teams here in the paddocks were able to exit onto open sea. I think we're going to have to get the technical committee to go have a look at that fallen buoy. In an ideal world, we would have had all the teams come out. We were just missing the Hungarian BME solar team today. We also would have loved to see the Indonesians go out there and give it a shot, as the Research of Marine Technology has a boat here at this year's competition that just weren't able to get the boat out in time this morning. Everyone else was able to go out there. Croatia with their Adria hydrofoil solar boat, and the one you see on the screen now, the energy class boat. In the energy class, we're also missing a couple people. The SBM offshore racing team here, representing Monaco. was not able to exit into the water today, and we're missing a big name. Our lovely German friends who are working on the engine, on the propeller, as the motor broke down earlier today. But they're resilient, and from what I can see from the paddocks, the Germans are still going hard to get this boat out into the water. For the first time today, it's looking like the German team is preparing their boat for tomorrow's competition. That's what they're doing. Since the German team is not able to go out there today, let me tell you a bit about what they've done this year. Just like their Portuguese friends, they have made a boat made of flax fiber. But what is unique and really unique about them is you can see as soon as you see their boat is their shape. As it has bifacial solar panels tilted to a degree, which helps them pick up more sun. This percentage more sun helps them capture extra reflections from the top and the rebound from the water. These bifacial solar panels are really a smart move. Meanwhile, on the screen you can see now the ranking of the endurance race. As we see the Sunflare Solar team, the Dutch team, still solidly in first place. Here is an image of the Turkish boat you can see on the screen now with that electrical side of it right under the hood. It's a very technical game. You will be able to tell better than me how the Turkish are doing. Messina is out there, going at it, getting their laps in. The team from Sicily is out here working hard. Here we go with the Turkish team as they have a look at the inside of the boat and prepare it for tomorrow's two very intense races. We have the slalom race, which will test the maneuverability of these solar class and energy class boats. That's a thumbs up from the team. Big up to Turkey. Here we go, Turkey. Woo! Tomorrow, Turkey, I better see you at the slalom race and at the championship race, giving it your all. The slalom race will start at 10:30 a.m. and will go until 12:30. You have 2 hours of slalom race here in the port of Monaco. It will be the last race before the final championship race, which pits two teams by ranking up against each other in tournament style as they face each other 1v1 right in front of the paddocks to find out who is the best, most maneuverable, fastest, most agile boat out there in the competition. Technical energy class boat, the Portuguese team on your screen now. With a very cool design. They have a lot of it made with flax fiber to help with lightness and to give structural integrity to this energy class boat. Some teams are really able to come here with two boats, one in each class, solar class and energy class, and work to add value to both classes, both competitions. You can see there the pilot looking focused. He's working to feel the engine. Here we have the Polish, if I'm not mistaken, cleaning their boat. It was out there today. Pilot was looking great as well. AGH, the University of Science and Technology, representing Poland quite well. We hope to see them tomorrow. Here they are deliberating as to what is the best way to win tomorrow's competition. You have a look there at their propeller. A lot of teams here have counter-rotating propellers, which add a lot of value to these boats. They must be able to be maneuverable around these waters. Back to Portugal. They have very interesting cockpit design, almost like a race car, thin and agile. Oceanos, still going at it. Incredible endurance from them. There is now 1 hour left of the endurance race, 1 hour. As we see the Sunflower Solar team with its 21 laps, having retired the boat. Uni boat is still out there, trying to get through to its 20th lap as they close in on Sunflower Solar team. Oceanos is out there as well. They're going until the end, these guys. This is endurance at its finest. Netherlands, Italy, and Greece make up the top 3 with Uni Genova coming up at 4th place with the 17 laps. The Han Solar boat, which has been retired for the day, comes in 5th. And another Dutch team running up the top 5 for today's event. For the next hour, you will see the remaining endurance boats go at it. As long as they have energy, as long as they have power, they'll be out there. You can see them yourself from the stadium at the end of the paddocks. Next to race control. Here we see Cayman and Sta working on the rear propellers. You can see a bit here the choppiness of the water. As mentioned earlier, the wind did pick up this afternoon, which caused a lot of headaches to a few teams. But the ones still out there are moving along, moving strong. 1 hour left.
Aria accesa. Init. Ok, controllate. Pressione buona, pressione buona. Pressione buona, lasciamola così. Ok, warm up. Ok, appena riesci, tranquillo Andre, digli di abbassare un pelo la pressione.
Due to weather conditions, the solar class has finished its go at the endurance race. So we have the rankings for what the teams managed to achieve in the last 2 hours since 11, in the last 3 hours since 11 this morning. There are still energy class boats out there, as they're a bit higher above the water. They're able to keep going despite the windy waters. So for the solar class, we had Southern Solar, who completed 1 lap this morning. In 10th place, the Turkish team TU Yildiz completed 6 laps. In 9th place, the Portuguese Técnico Solar boat completed 7 laps. In 8th place, the Croatian Adria Hydrofoil completed 8 laps. In 7th place, the BME Solar team from Hungary completed 9. In 6th place, the University of Antwerp Solar boat team completed 13 laps. In 5th place, and now for the top 5, in 5th place, the Polish AGH Solar boat completed 14 laps. In 4th place, representing the Netherlands, we have Solar boat Twente with 15 laps. And now for the top 3. HVA from Amsterdam, from the Netherlands, completed 17 laps. That's 3rd place. In 2nd place, the Han Solar boat from the Netherlands completed 18 laps. And finally, in 1st place, with 22 laps completed, the Sunflare Solar team. That is a top 4 entirely composed of Dutch teams. Incredible stuff from the Netherlands. We still have 1 more hour, just under 1 more hour for the energy class to complete its laps. And we will get back to you shortly. In the meantime, enjoy the paddocks. Go check out the different designs of the boats. And maybe enjoy a bit of breeze.
regarde. Là-haut.
Ouais.
Et ça fait 1, 2, 3, 4.
back into the paddocks area as we go into the last 25 minutes of the endurance race. We've been going since 11 a.m. this morning. We just have 25 more minutes left to go. As you can see, the current scoreboard, we have a little bit of movement here as the most enduring boats in the end have been the electric energy class. Forgive me. The Sunflower Solar team is still solidly in first place, followed by Bologna's Uniboat, Greece's Oceanos, and new fourth place is the Uni Genova. Each class is then separated into their own respective classes, but it's noticeable that the Sunflower Solar team has really stepped up their game and are by far the best in their class and above the energy class boats, which have been racing for an hour and a half longer than the solar class boats. In the solar class, the top four is 100% composed of Dutch teams. The Netherlands, which impressive boats holding out the top four in the solar class, 100% Netherlands owned. Then in the energy class, we're still live. We have about 20 minutes left. We have an Italian team in Bologna, the Greeks, the Italians again, and the Indians. On your screen now is the fifth place team, Adria from Croatia. And you can see again coming back out into the water for just one more go at this endurance race. For their first laps around the track, Cayman and Ensta have finally been able to prepare their boats and are going to give it their try at these 3 nautical mile circuits in these last 20 minutes of racing. I want to also bring attention to an amazing show of camaraderie. Already here all throughout the event, the teams have been speaking with their neighbors to ask for help. Ask for a bolt, ask for a hand to pick up the boat, and ask for maybe a missing piece or two. And everyone has always been very happy to help. Even more impressive is the fact that the Fisis Polimi team from Milan, who came all the way to the event and were unable to participate at the last minute, have worked hard with the German 1C. The two teams, the Italian teams who finished third in last year's Energy Boat Challenge, are now actively working with the German team, as the Italian team has given their own material to the Germans, so the Germans may be ready to compete tomorrow. Due to a broken motor, the Italians are giving everything. Even in the competition they cannot participate in, they're here and they're helping and they're making things work. Amazing show of camaraderie. This is what the Energy Boat Challenge is about. Go check out the 1C from TU Berlin at the entrance of the paddocks to see these two teams collaborating to fix this boat together. Team C Shakti our lovely Indians have managed to hit the end of their battery power. As far as I can understand, they are now getting help to tow their energy class boat back to the docks. It's been a great performance as they have finished with the 4th most laps in this endurance race. They've been out there for a very long time, 3.5 hours for that pilot. Very well done, team. Very well done, Team C Shakti. Keep it up. We now see the 3 remaining boats. We have Uniboat from Bologna on the left, Hydrovancy, and I believe all the way in the back we have the Portuguese Technical Energy Class boat. As the last remaining teams have just over 15 minutes of competing left. There's Uni Genoa on the screen now. That's an agitated sea you see out there. This is where the solar class had to be cut off a few minutes after the 2-hour mark due to weather conditions. The solar class did retire, but the energy class, which stands above its catamaran hulls, is able to still navigate itself through these crazy waters. We still have a few teams. There's Cayman Ensta. We didn't see much earlier this morning, but they managed to get their boat out there in the end. And are here attempting in the last few minutes to get their laps around. The fans are here. We see them there on the stadium. They look great up there, watching as the teams go and participate, supporting their countrymen and women. A lot of activity today in front of the Yacht Club de Monaco. The wind is so strong out there in open sea that even the buoys have toppled over to show the extent of how the wind's picked up this afternoon. The most successful team so far in this endurance race has completed over 20 laps of the 3 nautical mile race. You can see there from the stand what it looks like as the wind hurls through the Mediterranean. In just a few minutes, when the endurance race is over, I kindly invite you guys to go check out the Tech Talks. Which will go for a few hours this afternoon. Here we are with the current rankings. Once again, Sunflare with 21 laps, Uniboat with 19, Oceanos with 18, Unigenova with 17, the Han Solar Boat with 16, followed by HVA from Amsterdam. Team Sishatki is now coming back in after a great performance. They are fourth best in the energy class with 15 laps, tied with the Croatian Adria Energy Boat, also at 15. Solar Boat Twente completed 14 laps. The AGH Solar Boat from Poland completed 13. The Messina, for the first participation, completed a strong 12 laps, 13 laps as well. Then the Belgians from University of Antwerp completed 12. Hydro Vinci completed 12 as well. The Sailing Tigers completed 11. The Solar Boat from the Croatians, Adria, completed 9. The Hungarians went out there earlier this morning and completed 8 as well. T-minus 10 minutes left for this 4-hour endurance race. It's been crazy, it's been hot. The pilots will want your full support when they come back in the docks. Team Sishatki is coming into the paddocks now. You can see them being towed in as the pilot receives a nice warm welcome from his friends and his teammates. Very well done, Team Sishatki. Keep it up. We still have a few Italians out there, the Uniboat and the Unigenova Elettra are still out there. With just about 8 minutes left. The Cayman Ensta still has enough energy to go around these corners, going up and down this sea. Hopefully no seasickness from any of the pilots as they travel through these. You can see how chaotic it is out there. The crowd are giving them a good round of applause, a good scream, giving them support. The paddle is out for the Greeks as they try to make their way back to land. I'm assuming that is the end of the road for the battery. They have been going for nearly 4 hours and are solidly in second place right now in the energy class. Oceanos have been doing a great job so far. The Athenians making their country proud. Team Sishatki, they're not done yet. For all of India, they're going back out. They have just about 5 minutes left on the clock. They're going to try to give it one last go. as they already start climbing up the rankings. Hydrovancy is still out there, going at it with a unique design. We now have an updated timetable here with University of Bologna taking the first place as we speak, the most enduring team. Bologna, great job. They're closely followed by University Genova and the Greeks in third place. The Croats are in fourth. And Team Sishatki, which I just saw go back out there, trying to go and try to catch up with them in the last few minutes. But it looks like there's a solid top three with two Italian teams, the Greeks, the Croats, and the Indians for the top 5 of the energy class. The Sunflare Solar team, who are in the total leaderboard in 5th place, have retired over an hour and a half ago, but they were so fast and so efficient, they are still up there on the rankings, and they take their solid spot for Solar class. We still go for just a few more minutes of the energy class as we are almost done with this 4-hour endurance trial. There is a live action footage of University of Bologna as the team is there with their screens, making sure that their pilots are moving and ready to finish this endurance trial strong. This updated leaderboard also gives us a solid insight into the amazing job that the Croatian team has done to get here, as they went out earlier this morning and in a very nice pace were able to keep tabs with everyone and get a solid 23 laps in. Just 4 minutes left now for the teams to finalize their positions, get as many points as possible, and secure their points as they fight for who is the most efficient, the best, the most hardworking team here at the 10th edition of the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. This will be the last race for today, but tomorrow it's going to keep being exciting as we start at 10:30 a.m. with the slalom race. As right here in the port of Monaco, you will be able to witness the team slalom their way to show the maneuverability of their boats.
Okay.
Just say because
Hi guys, for everyone that's in the paddocks, just know that the job forum is still going on. We have Monaco Marina Management. They're leaving at 3 o'clock, and this is your last chance to meet them. They have 2 positions open, and from 3 to 5, we have Palumbo Shipyards. They came all the way, and they're really, really eager to meet everyone. They have a lot of opportunities available. Do not hesitate to meet Palumbo and Monaco Marina Management.
we have just about 2 more minutes left here at the 10th edition of the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. It's almost the end of the 4-hour endurance race. We still have a few boats out there, a few boats from the energy class still giving it their all to finish as high as possible in the rankings and get the points necessary to be ranked as the best team here at this edition. I will wait for the confirmation, but here is the current standings. As it goes, you can see on the screens where the teams stand. We have the solar class, which abandoned the race. The entire solar class was stopped a little while ago as the weather conditions got worse with the wind picking up. But we're here and we're watching the teams keep going the best they can. The energy class had 1 hour and a half more to go, 1 hour and a half more in the sun, as the two teams from Italy make up the top two. I'm incredibly impressed by the 4 different Italian teams, the ones who could compete, the ones who couldn't compete. Italy had a great performance at this year's event. The Dutch as well. These two countries came with force, with power, and with amazing boats. And as the endurance race starts warming down, we can only applaud all the different teams here. It's nice to see people watching, people taking interest in this event, people here to support their teams, maybe families, friends, or just people walking around the paddocks. We hope you enjoyed today's endurance trial. It was long, but you got to see their boats in their true form, using electric and hydrogen-powered propulsion systems to reach new heights. Every year, they get better and faster and more efficient, and more teams arrive, and more teams show how they're capable of making electric propulsion system work and hydrogen. From the energy class, to the solar class, to the open sea class, this is a race we're all in together. The race for the sustainable future. On the paddocks, for everyone listening here at the Monaco Yacht Club, if you would like to drive Team Nereid's electric energy class boat, do head down to the paddocks now and have a chat with them. They're there with the Italians as they are letting you drive a real-life energy class boat. Go check it out for yourself down in the paddocks. Right now. The race is nearing an end, and the last few boats are just about completing their final laps. out into the paddocks. We have a couple of things going on. We have the TU Delft Hydromotion team celebrating an excellent day. And we have, going around the buoys, the Nereid boat with an Italian flag attached to the back, as we have last year's Milan-based Fisis Polimi with the Maverick, the appropriately named pilot driving the Nereid boat around and testing it. Go check it out on the pontoon, and if you want to drive it yourself, head down now onto the launch pad to get your spot up next. In the meantime, Greece and France and Croatia and Italy were all in the last few remaining teams in the energy class. Here we have footage of the TU Delft Hydromotion team, the Dutch, celebrating an excellent day out here in the Monaco Yacht Club. More information on the last few rounds. As Uniboat completed a lot of laps, we have 5 or even 6 teams, depending on the final ranking, that managed to do more than 20 laps. That is over 60 nautical miles in the last 4 hours, all powered 100% by electric motorization or hydrogen propulsion. Coming back on the screen now, the Croatians with one of their 2 boats competing in today's endurance race. Reminder that tomorrow, apart from the slalom race going from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30, we will have the final and the incredibly exciting championship race. This race you cannot miss, as inside the port of Monaco and right in front of your own eyes, right in front of the paddocks, the teams go and race 1v1 around a circuit and secure their spot as the best team at the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. The Greeks went out in full support. Give a big round of applause to their amazing ship. They did some great stuff this year, the Greeks. Were absolutely amazing out on the water. They have a dedicated team back here in the port of Monaco. We have a big round of applause for the Dutch team, the TU Delft Hydromotion team, who had an incredibly effective boat. A grandiose team and lots of support coming in. Big round of applause for this team who was dedicated, who show year after year the extent to which they can push hydrogen propulsion. From the Sea Lab, you can go check out their boat and talk with the TU Delft Hydromotion team. Well done to them. Also, in the Louisiana Jetty, we have now the teams coming back into port. As we saw the Uniboat team that stayed in the paddocks go out and congratulate their fellow team pilot for bringing the boat in first place so far. The Uni Genova Elettra boat is on the screen now. I start heading back to the YCM Marina. There they are, giving a big amount of love to their pilot who sat there for hours on end. 4 hours and 9 minutes. That pilot has been sitting out in the sun, going and enduring through the heat. Amazing job from everyone, from the Dubai Sailing Tigers to the Uniboat Bologna. There's the love. This is what this event is about. As the teams come from the Louisiana Jetty, heading back into the main paddock area, make sure you give them a thumbs up, give them a wave, give them a big round of support. They've been working hard to be here. It was a long 4 hours today, and now it's finally the end of the day. So I want everyone that participated, that supported, to go grab yourself a beer, go relax a bit, and congratulate your fellow friends from around the world. There we are, coming back into the paddocks now. You can see 2 of the great energy class boats, as we see Oceanos, as the University of Athens brings back their pilots and their boats into the docks, followed closely behind by Hydrovancy, the best French team here at the 10th edition of the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. It's exciting. It's been a hot day. The wind picked up. Chaos ensued, especially for the solar class, but everyone is here, persevering, fighting, enjoying. You can see now on the launch pad the Nereid boat, who retired from the race earlier. And we see as the action on the paddocks starts getting more and more intense. Team C, Shakti, the amazing Indian team, back from the outside after an amazing almost 20 laps. The Indian team is back and will be ready to prepare their boat for tomorrow's slalom race and championship race.
Non mais avec ça c'est...
Welcome back to all the teams who are out supporting their teams. Welcome back to the paddocks. There's a lot of action now. Be careful with boats moving in and out of paddocks. And as I said earlier, congratulate your neighbors, congratulate the teams, congratulate the pilots. Today was a very long day for them.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the Discovery, and the shuttle has full power. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
As the teams are now back, the last remaining energy class boats are finally heading back to the launch pad. So if you can hear me, I know you can hear me, I would like one big round of applause for all of this year's endurance race pilots. They were amazing out there. One big round of applause for all the pilots, please. Congratulate your pilots for this amazing job. One big round of applause. Let's go. 4 hours in the sun. Big support for the pilots. You guys did great. Big support to the teams who created the boats and who made it last hours out there through windy conditions. It was an amazing job. It's the end of the races for today. So go enjoy a beer, take a chill pill, hang out by the docks, go chat with your friends, and get your boat ready for tomorrow. With the slalom race starting at 10:30 and the final championship race at the end of the afternoon, it's going to be an absolutely outstanding last day here at the 10th edition of the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge. Do not miss it. I want to see you tomorrow ready to support the teams on the paddocks as they go and give it their all for one last day. As soon as I have the results, the winners of the energy class endurance race will be announced.